Check, check, check. How's that? How's everyone hear me now? All right, all right, all right. To set up a new system this morning, so I'm just making get all the kinks worked out. But I think I've got the audio fixed. Let me know if that still works. Better. Good, good, sweet, sweet. Anyway, thanks for being here. Just kicking off the morning here, seeing what happens. Market is green, a little bit, not too much. SPY is currently up right at $1, so 0.26%. Currently way above the 8 and the 21 and off to the races here. Squeeze momentum looks good on the 1 minute. I'm going to switch over to the 5. Booyah. Everything looks bullish so far. We'll see what happens. So just while we're waiting, I'm going to go over this whole indicator. And I'm still learning the whole. I'm implementing it slowly because I wanted something that removes lag, that kind of gives an indication of where things are going. And that's the purpose of the whole. Whole moving average, the whole was created to remove the lag out of the exponentials. So if you look at my chart, blue is 8, yellow is 21, and the pink is the hull. So you can kind of see it's moving upwards sharply, more than the 8 and the 21. And that's because it's removed the lag. It's going to adjust. Now, the thing about the hull, from what I'm reading, and I'm still implementing it, is that you can't go by crossovers with the hull because it moves so quickly that you could get a false reading. So I use it on the 5 to kind of give me a heads up of where things are going. Also got a squeeze momentum right down here, slightly bullish on the whole, on the 20, on the squeeze, and I don't see the cross forming, so we're still going to look at that. RSI right now is currently hovering about neutral. I've got the parameters set to 70 and 30, which are the upper and outer bounds here down in purple. So I kind of have this all-inclusive one here in my trading view account. I got it in dark view. I like it. So. All right, cool. I'm monitoring the Discord and the YouTube live chat, so if you got any questions, concerns, just let me know. Right now, the Dow is slightly down. Oil is down. Netflix is red, $3 a share. Everything else is green. Everything else is green. Just watching. All right. Let's switch over to the 15-minute. Booyah. So on the 15-minute chart, squeeze momentum on the red side is starting to enter back into a squeeze. Got the dark red candle here, which indicates that we're going back, but nothing crazy yet, so we're still looking. I don't see any huge momentum one way or the other. A little bit of a pop at the open, but all right. All right, going over to the 5-minute chart. So I'm just reading a little news here. All right, let's see. 8 is about to cross up through the 21 on the 5-minute chart. Still don't see much crazy action just yet. Let's X out of that. Dow is down. Yep, Dow is down. Correct. If we use pre-market resistance and it rejects that resistance, would you say it's not looking good? It's definitely an indicator because we all, the entire pre-market, we were rejecting the 8 all morning. And then at the very end there, we rejected the 21. So, but we popped through it in trading hours. I use pre-market action very sparingly. pre-market action will bite you. Like, it's not a true indicator of what's going to happen unless you see an egregious move one way or the other. But even still, I've seen SPY tank and pre-market and bounce way back right before trading hours or not right after trading hours. So, you know, be careful how you analyze pre-market because that's not a full view of the full volume of the market. However, having said that, it has been downtrending all day yesterday, and then, you know, here we are right now, just popping through the 21 and the 8. So it looks like Boeing is down, oil is down, Netflix down, VIX is slightly down. VIX is slightly down. Let's take a look at the VIX. So the VIX tanked right now. Got a little buying back coming in there with a little candle here. So we're going to keep an eye on the VIX to make sure if we see any rotation out of the VIX, or we'll play accordingly. But nothing crazy, you know. It's, you know, are we going to have an inside chop day, Brett? Lucas said, take a look at Amazon. Let's take a look at Amazon. Yep, so Amazon got rejected right up here. Oh, look at the hull compared to the 8 exponential moving averages here, because you got the 8 and the 21. And the hull just goes lip lip, because the hull takes out the lag, so it's near instantaneous, not quite. But yeah. However, buying volume picked back up here on the 1. So yeah, I mean, it's mimicking SPY's chart. While we're waiting for things to shake out, if anybody has any questions, feel free to post them. Love answering questions. Hey, thanks for the Titan Flow update there. Yeah, SPY is currently 6.21 million on puts, 1.5 on calls. Extremely low volume. Extremely low. Looks like low volume across the across the market though. Eight just crossed through the 21 on the 5-minute chart. Nothing too crazy. If anyone watched my video this morning, I've been very adamant about the fact that I think we've seen the high in SPY in the short term, at least 30 days. So I think we hit 400 before we see 420. Now, if you look through Twitter and you look through other social media, you see a lot of bull sentiment. It's all, this is just temporary. News was the overreaction yesterday, blah, blah, blah. We're never going to see 400 again. But you got to think logically. You got to think like an economist, macro view. So you got to think from a macro view, how is the market going to react? Do you honestly think that this market's going to keep on going up and up and up? One, I mean, the market can't do that. It doesn't go in a straight line. Yes, we are in a bull market. We're still in a bull market. Fully acknowledge that. But just look at the historical charts. You know, the market's got to pull back. Just healthy price action. And I don't use the word correction lightly. If we do correct, 400 is not a correction. I'll say it again. $400 a share is not a correction. That's just normal price oscillation. Normal. So going from here to there, and here, let's go ahead, since we're waiting for things to shake out, which looks like we're entering a sideways trend. Let's go to the 3-month chart, and I'm going to pull the fib. Fib retracement. Boom. Okay. So this is the Fibonacci on the latest trend, which started on March 25th, currently on April 23rd. Came all the way up, popped through this first level, and we're oscillating in this channel using right above this 236 as support right here. Touched it yesterday, came back up. So we've seen the high. The high was 417.91. That's the 52-week high right now. And then once we do, I'm expecting to pop through this 236 level, and we're all the way back down to the 50. And every time you pull it on any trend, up or down, it always comes back to the 50. I think we've seen the high in the next 30 days. On the squeeze Momo on the 3-month chart, we are cooling. Like we've got this dark green right here, candles. All I'm waiting for is the crosses, the gray crosses to turn black. And down we go to the 50, which would be right at the 400, which is 399.37. That'll fill the 402 gap. We've got a gap at 402 that still needs to be filled, and that'll fill. And if we go pop below it, we've got a gap at 396. Now, correction. If we want to start talking correction, we're talking the 200 moving average, which is way down here. Let's go to the 1-year chart. Let's add it on here. Moving average. Q. Let's put this in nice bright red. Okay. All right. Here's the moving average. 346.75. We're right here. 346.73. If we come, that's correction territory. Now, if we come down and touch that, which history says every time you reach 15%, you're imminent for a correction back down approaching the 15% level, which is the 200. Let me clarify that. History says once you're 15% above the 200, you're facing an imminent correction back down. Whether you can approach it or touch the 200 is obviously objective or subjective. But we're in that territory. We hit it a couple of days ago when we topped out at 217. It was like 16, right at 16.01%, something like that. So we're above the 15% range, and now we're heading back down. So there's 200 right there, and we're currently sitting right at 346 right. That's a 15% range. So the question is, when does it actually occur? A lot of people say that we're just waiting on the earnings from tech come out this week. Amazon's, the 29th, I believe it is. Tesla's next week, and then where do we go from there? Is it going to be a sell the news event? It's one of the reasons. Like historically, I never play earnings events because when you play earnings events, you start facing sell the news. The price is already baked in. You're either facing you miss the news event, like they miss on earnings in the stock tanks, or you have a sell the news and it sells off. Amazon last quarter blew out expectations, blew it out of the water, and yet they sold off like $80 a share. It's crazy. Like that's why I don't play earnings events. So when all these earnings are all said and done, there's no more stimulus packages, although there's talk that Biden could present a third one or a fourth one. Like where are the other catalysts to shoot this thing over 420? Look at the macro view. Not to mention Japan just had another large corona outbreak that just shut the country down, and their stock market just faced the biggest single day loss in a month. So that's what happens if we have another corona surge, which is all conjecture. It's all just talk. And obviously we seem to have a good handle on corona now, at least in the United States. All that to say, we're sitting here looking at the fib, and history tells us that once we oscillate in this range and we pop through the 236 level, which I get that number right here, we're going to head back down to the 50, that number right here, which is right at $400. Anyway, let's see what's happening. You're currently chopping up in this range here, right at 413.24. We're hovering right about 0.25% gain. Market is still very much green. VIX is trending sideways, down 30 cents. The bond yield just went green. Well, they weren't down much, but the bond yield, the 10-year yield just went green, basically barely. So yeah, do these streams get saved? Yes, they do. So if you have any particular info that you like, I can go back and cut out some particular, some good stuff if you hear anything you like, and I can post it. But yeah, they do get saved on the YouTube channel. Do I use trailing stops at all? No, I keep it simple. I set a 15. I've since adjusted my stops because I was kept getting stopped out at 10 just for the trade to go around and go positive. So I set my stops at 15%. I will sell it. Like if I see things breaking down, I won't even wait for the stop. Like I think last week I closed a position at break even because I just didn't have confidence that it was going to rebound. So I closed it. That's a lot of puts. Let's see here. Here we go. Yep, someone said it was like the chart, the prices were different, which they are. So I'm looking at it now. Yeah, they were different. So there you go. That should fix it. And there's no need to force a trade. Like yesterday, everyone saw. Once I saw that price action break down after the tax news came out, like I jumped right in. Hey, Biden. Someone said Biden's speaking right now. Let's take a look. I don't have CSNBC up. Yep, these are live prices right now. I got to fix it. Everything's looking bullish right now. Just got the first buy indication on the squeeze momentum on the 5-minute chart, which is a little gray square or gray cross right here. This little gray cross right there, if you can see it. So what I'm looking for on the squeeze momentum is for candle to turn bright green, and then I get the buy indication for the gray square or gray cross. That means that we've released the squeeze and we're heading one way or the other. In this instance, we're heading north. Looks good. RSI is climbing currently at 58, slightly above neutral. 8 is crossed through the 21. All bullish. All bullish. Do note that there is a about a 3 to 5 second delay on the YouTube live stream as there is to live prices. So if you're going strictly by my YouTube live, just take note of that if you're looking to make a trade. If you're looking to make a trade. Heat map is very much green right now. Big old green candle on the 5-minute chart. Currently trading at 414. We went over 414. Nice. SPY is definitely raging this morning. Definitely. Do you have voice enabled in Discord? I haven't tried that. Let's give that a shot. Let's see if that works both. Boom, boom, boom. Voice channels. Hello, hello. All right, I'm going to try to, connect with the Discord, and if you want to listen in there, feel free to do so. Just mute, if you do pop in there, please mute your mic if you want to try this, so I could concentrate on this. Here we go. Alrighty. A lot of people already jumping in. Sweet. I've got this new setup going on here, so it's going to make things a little bit better. So seems to be good. All right. Anyway, 5-minute chart looking bullish. We got the squeeze momentum looking good. I'm going to switch over to the 15. Yeah, looking bullish. Squeeze momentum is trending back towards the squeeze on the 15. You got the dark green, or dark red candles. Sweet. Not really looking to take a position.
Wow,
right
that's
now.
a lot of people.
Oh, that's loud. Not really looking to take a position right now. Just waiting for the morning to shake out. I don't necessarily trust this pop, but I could be wrong. I'll let the market prove me wrong before I take a position. I'd rather be proven wrong sitting 100% cash than proven wrong with a position down 20%. So I'm looking to wait for the morning to shake out. It's a trap. That's my thinking.
It looks like a bull trap. The futures are going down.
Yep, I'm looking at it. Yep. I agree. The Dow, although the Dow is flopping around green and red like a fish, so we'll see what happens with the Dow. But yeah, the futures are going down. I'm just watching. To me, this seems like a bull trap, but like I said, I'd rather be proven wrong than cash. RSI is high. Not too high. Look at the 5-minute. I don't care about the 1 minute. If you're looking at the 1 minute, yeah, the RSI is extremely high. Look at the 5-minute chart. RSI is only at 62 on the 5-minute chart, so very much bullish on the 5. Like 20 people left the live stream to come over here. That's funny. All right, so let's go to the 3-month. See, momentum is still cooling on the 3. Man, this is tempting. I know better, though. I'm not going to get smoked. There's nothing wrong with sitting on the sidelines a day like today, especially after yesterday's shakeout. There's no new catalyst to bring this thing back up. So, like, do you want to get caught with your pants down? No. 1 minute. See, momentum is still cooling on 3. Let's take a look. Three-minute chart. Yeah, still have this momentum here in the bright green. If that's what you meant. I'm gonna look over the 3-month. Yeah, see, part of my thesis with the 3-month chart here is that, you know, this 200 is moving up. You've got the dark green candles forming, and now I'm waiting for the cross to turn black, and that's going to really solidify my position and the fact that this is coming down. So what I don't want to see is to break the previous high, which is like 417-ish area, 416 upper. I don't want to see that break that high. That's going to bring back bullish sentiment raging. So what I'm looking for is to break the support, which is this first level of the fib, the 236 level of the fib, and we're going to come back down to the 400 level. So Very much bullish, though. Very much bullish. VIX dropped, though. VIX is down 70 cents a share, so it's dropped from this morning. If you elect to take calls here, just be very careful, please. Just make sure you know, like, we have some levels crossed and you know what you're doing before you take calls, because you don't want to FOMO into a position and get yourself beat. Someone asked, what am I looking for with the RSI? With the RSI, I like stay off the 1 minute for the RSI. It's so sensitive that you're going to get false indications. Relative strength is a very important indicator. A lot of people write it off, but I think because they're looking at the wrong time frame. So at least go with the 5 minute. And the 5 minute, you got to start there at least, and then go out. Never start with the 1. So 70, widely accepted measure is 70. An indication of 70 is overbought and 30 is oversold. But you have to use RSI in conjunction with other indicators. By itself, you can't. So, but the big indication is looking out to the 3. Going out. The longer time frames, the more of a picture you're going to look at. And this isn't based only on RSI. Like all my indications, I start wide the 1 year and I bring it in. 1 year, 6 month, 3 month, I bring it in. And if I see a trend that everything is starting to agree with each other, like if the 1 year is starting to agree with the 1 week, then you know that a trend is about to form. And I could start basing my future plans based on that. So like the 1 year chart, RSI topped out and is decreasing. 6 month chart, the same thing. 3 month chart, you got this lower lows, the lower highs, I'm sorry. So everything is telling me on my charts, and then the squeeze momentum, you start bringing other indications in there, like the 8 crossed down through the 21. You got the squeeze momentum cooling. Everything is telling me from a technical standpoint that this thing is going down. Of course, it's not all about technicals. It's not all about technicals. Monetary policy, as what Veteran said earlier, rules the market. Macro views of the market is everything. Technical indicators takes a back seat to the macro view. So looking at the macro view, ask yourself the question, is the macro environment more apt to push this thing over 420 or to bring it down to 400? All right. Someone asked me if I'm talking to Discord. Yes, I am. Anybody have any questions, concerns, or comments, feel free to post them in the room. Shoot me a DM. I've got a lot of DMs right now. I'm just trying to filter and respond when I can, when there's a little break in the action here. If I do take a few hours or a day to get back to you, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just, I've got a lot of DMs, so. Currently at 414.38. Market is bright green. VIX is still falling, down 75 cents a share. Just broke under the $18 mark. Big old green candle on the 1 hour. Nothing to say that this is going to keep on going up. On the 15-minute chart, the 8 EMA is about to cross over. Squeezes momentum is cooling. If I continue to see this kind of momentum, I will enter some calls here and ride them throughout the day. I just ride the momentum. That's it. Ride the momentum. Still want to see some confirmation, though. This could just be a morning pop. So this is why I usually don't trade the first 30 minutes. All right, quick market rundown here. Amazon is up 0.25%. Tesla's up 1.5%. QQQ is 0.7. Somebody's hot mic'd. Let's see. QQQ is up 0.6%. The Dow is now turned green, 0.2. It's going up. Everything looks green. Oil is even turned green. The only thing that's down on my watch list is the VIX. Oh, Netflix. Netflix is down 0.75%. Hey, somebody's hot mic. You mind checking your mic? Looks like Ragnar. There we go. Luca, that's funny. Heat map is bright green, bright green. All right, looking at the Titan flow, a little bit of volume, more come back in. Still low volume though. 10 million in the puts and 6.1 million in calls, SPY calls. So really, there's no big numbers coming through Titan flow. It's just a low volume day so far. Only 8 million shares traded, right? Yeah, so it's I just, you know, not seeing anything too crazy. Do I see any weight put into the max pain strike on expiration days? Sure, yeah. I mean, the options control the market, you know, the volume options. And with the big players that are playing these options, so that's why you have Options Friday. That's why there's so much weight is put on Options Friday, because if they want to get a premium, if they want to get a strike, they'll manipulate the crap out of these premiums. So options control the market. I'm seeing a lot of chatter in there about some people holding some puts overnight. I do caution you. All right, let's have a conversation. Let's remove the whole craziness of the market. Let's remove the volatility of the market. Let's just say this is a normal market, normal logical market that's not crazy post-corona 2020, 2021 crazy markets. We're still in a chop phase. Yes, we were hitting all-time highs until a couple of days ago. But we're still in a chop phase. When you're chopping around like this, hold on, let's get a little closer. Here we go. All right, when you're chopping around like this, like, don't hold everything overnight. Wait for the trend to break. If you want to hold stuff overnight, wait for this. Wait for the market to break this, or the other way, down. Then you can start holding stuff overnight. But don't hold stuff overnight hoping and crossing your fingers that it's going to go down or up. So yesterday, I was planning on holding overnight. When I saw bullish action come back into things, I was like, nope, no way, I got out. And I posted that. With like, 20 minutes left in the market, something like that. So if you're going to hold overnight, wait for a trend to break. Be very patient in stuff like this. And then be more aggressive in stuff like this. Or the other way. Be aggressive in stuff like this. Like this. Be aggressive with this. I made a killing in February and March. Because I played the crap out of these drops. And then I made great money on the initial part of this March 25th run right here. I made less money here because this is when I started to question the validity of this pop. But here, like when it's sideways, be patient. Could you share screens on Discord so we can get to see the chart? I'll do that another day. Right now I'm going to stick with YouTube. One thing at a time, one thing at a time. Yep, as Luca posted, there's a bearish flow dominating today. 400 puts. People are predicting this thing's going down. Looking at yesterday's news, whether you think that that was adequate news or not, which I do think it's adequate news, whatever you think it is or not, you can still see how sensitive this market is, how fragile it is, if something like that's going to bring it down, even if it's not quote-unquote validated news. Something as simple as that, well, even though it's not simple, just an unvalidated news source can bring down the market like that. But my trading view is doing something crazy. All right. We putting Creed on? That's funny. You know, if I didn't think I was going to get my channel pulled for copy infringement, I would put some Creed on if I think we're going higher. That's funny. So right now, man, what's going on with my trading view? All of a sudden, like the time frame is adjusted. Very much bullish on the 5-minute. Although it's starting to round over here, we're just using the 8 EMA as support all the way up. I mean, think about, try to think about the whole picture. Like, what I'm taking into consideration, think about all of the variables. One, more money has been dumped in the market than ever before in a single year. Margin debt is at an extreme all-time high. So what happens when you have massive margin calls? What happens when thousands and thousands or even millions of 18-year-olds that have since joined because of GameStop and are using mama's money and margin debt buy calls or buy just regular stocks, buy shares right here, and this thing goes blah, and all of a sudden Robinhood notifies them, hey, we just closed your position, force closed it because you owe us this money, margin call, closes positions. So think about that. Think about all the crazy margin debt that's out there. Think about why the market is this high. When you have massive amounts of equity coming in or money coming into the market, and yet you have the supply of the market. What happens when you take just general supply and demand economics? What happens when you have this normal supply of a product, and then you increase demand tenfold? Price goes through the roof. That's basically what's happened. You had this huge influx of money into the market. I mean, look at me. I was one of those people. I mean, yes, I've been traded for 8 years. But when I saw the market tank in March, I put every dime I had into the market. Everything. I was going to real estate because I was tired of dealing with the market. I saw the market tank. SPY was tanking. All my financial friends that are financial advisors said, hey, we're advising our clients to only buy SPY because it's ridiculous. It's so low. And by June, it was back over 300. So I was one of those people too. And then now you've got this massive margin debt. New here. What time frame do you use to go back and forth with, or mainly use? Mainly, my main one I would say for day. Well, actually, when I'm in the weeds here is the 5-minute chart. When I wake up in the morning and I sit down with my cup of coffee, with my Philips 3200 espresso maker, delicious by the way. You're welcome, babe, if you're listening, Mrs. OTM. or OM. When I am sitting at my computer, my very first thing I do is I click on, after I do my research, of course, I click on the one, every single day, it doesn't fail. I click on the 1 year chart. Then I go to the 6, the 3, all the way down. I just wedge it all the way down to the 1 day chart. And then I go from the, once I hit the 1 day, I start out at the hour, 60 minute, 15 minute, 5 minute. When I'm watching the market, I'll click over to the 1 minute every now and then, but the 1 minute is only good for an instantaneous snapshot of what's going on. I never use 1 minute for analysis. I never use 1 minute for confirmation. I never use a 1 minute for an entry decision. It's always just instantaneous snapshot, what's going on. Then if I see a massive green candle or red candle forming on the 1 minute, boom, I switch to the 5. I see where the trend's going. Is that just a quick... That'll keep you from being caught up in bull traps or bear traps. Because in the middle of a day, if you're in sideways chop, we have this massive red candle on the 1 minute chart. People are, I gotta buy this. I gotta either buy this or I gotta short it because I think it's gonna continue going down. They do it and they get caught in a trap. Going different time frames will keep you from getting caught in a trap. You may miss a few points of movement, but that's gonna keep you from being caught in a trap. So never use the 1 minute for confirmation. Anyway, soapbox. Yeah, I did add some background music here on the live stream. If that, I'm curious what people think about that. I just, I figured it's better than just sitting here and listening to me talking quiet. VIX is still falling, now down 80 points, or 0.80. Extremely bullish on the heat map. If you have any questions, post them in the Discord. I guess while we're waiting for things to shake out, we will try some Q&A in this live trading chat room. So if you do have a question, try to keep it short, unmute yourself, and shout it out. Hopefully I don't know how to deal with people talking over each other, but I'll try to take them on a first come, first served basis. I keep hearing about the VWAP is a good indicator. I have Robinhood, which doesn't have VWAP. What is the VWAP? It is a good indicator to use. VWAP is the volume weighted average pricing. It is a good indicator to use. It is. However, usually, unless there's significant fluctuation in prices, it kind of drops out of my cross check after the first hour or two because it starts to kind of flatten out, peanut butter spread, not really become relevant. Because as more volume comes in, it starts to average out because it's an average weighting. It doesn't really show anything unless you get this big movement in prices. So let's see if I can add it on here. Oh, it's got the standard deviations on there too. With the bands too. So. Ooh, I don't like that. That's too convoluted for me. Too much going on. Anyway, I'll find a good VWAP and throw it up there. But yeah, the VWAP is a good indicator because a lot of the times SPY in the morning it'll use VWAP as support, or on a big oscillation price, a big moving price, it'll use VWAP as support or resistance. So I do recommend researching the VWAP. Let's check the 5-minute chart. I have us coming down on the 5-minute. I have us approaching the 8-minute. I don't have it crossed through yet. So if you are looking at the 5, let's see what time frame you're looking at. Crossed through on the 1 minute, not on the 5. black dots on the way down is a squeeze indicator. Yep, right now, if you see black dots on the way down, that means the squeeze is releasing and you're entering back into the squeeze. So that, along with other indications, would be a sell indication if you've got long positions. Basically, what I'm looking for, say I have a call position right now. Right here, and my candle turns dark green. That's my first indication. I'm probably going to start looking to sell that position quickly. The second indication would be this gray cross turns black. Depending on everything else as well, I would sell that position. I don't know why my candles are so small. Like it changed. There we go. Okay. That's what I want to see. All right, the 5-minute chart here. Yeah, so we're just bouncing right off the 8, it looks like. That green candle formed, it bounced it right off the 8. If anybody had any questions, that is on the live chat here in Discord. Free post them in the SPY room or the OVM questions room. And I'll try to answer as best as I can. Stephen asked, what do you think about the MACD? I do like the MACD. It is the last of all my indicators. It's my least favorite of all my indicators because it lags so much, but I like it. It's just another confirmatory indicator. Like after I'm cross-checking everything, if I see the MACD trending in the right direction, it's just another confirmation. Everything is bright green. The only thing on my watch list that's red is the VIX and Netflix. Everything else is very much green, almost 1%. Tesla's up 1%. Amazon 0.5%. All the travel stocks are up. QQQ is up 0.6. The Dow is up 0.1. Even oil is up. Everything is up. Still kind of boring to me. There's nothing crazy. Still low volume on the day. I don't see, yes, it's bullish right now, but I don't see any crazy momentum one way or the other. I would be careful taking puts here. Let things confirm, shake out. If the morning is boring like this, go enjoy your day and come back in the afternoon and let's play the afternoon. Like, you don't have to play the morning, especially on days like today where it's not, nothing's crazy is going on. You're welcome, Steven. And if you look, here, let's go out to the 3-month. I'm going to go out to the 3-month, and I'm going to put the fib back out here. Let's do a little historicals. Okay. So yeah, when you've got the fib right here, and you pop the first level, I mean, it does going to oscillate a bit. But what I don't want to see is to break previous highs. Like I surely don't want to see breaking the top level, the 417.91. I definitely don't want to see that. If we do that, then all bets are off. That would be a huge surprise. But yeah, so let's look around. Let's just take this trend here. This trend lasted from January 29th until finally broke down on the 23rd. So yeah, that's a good month. So that's a good comp. So let's see. Let's pull the fib here. There. Okay. So we finally popped through. It oscillated here. It used this as support once, twice, 3 times, and then broke on the 4th. So we used a support, oscillated up, didn't break the previous high, came up, did break the previous high and touched. So finally touched. So here we are. We've already touched once. There's the top of the channel. Came down, used support, came up high, came down, dropped through, all the way through, and then bounced. So if we're looking at historicals here, we're roughly here. Here's where we are. So we've already came down, boom, up, and then we're about here. So now when we come back down, I'm going to be looking very closely. Do we use this level of support again, or do we bust through? So that's what we'll be looking at. This 411-ish level is what I'm going to be looking at if we pop through that thing to head back down to the 400 level. That's what I'm going to start loading. When I start to see that 400, that 411 area, 410 level is when I'm going to start thinking about holding puts overnight. And doing historical analysis is very crucial because that just tells you how it all acted, how SPY acts. September, all the way up and then down. This one came all the way back down, so that was a big move. I know September was bad. I remember that one, all the way through the fall. So this one we gapped up right through the first level, hovered around the top, came down and busted right through all the way back down below the 50. So that was a more aggressive move. It's hard to go back to this early time frame because there's a lot of news coming out right here. What's Corona going to do? More lockdowns, less lockdowns, infrastructure plans, all that stuff. So this was a very volatile time. Currently sideways chop. We didn't gap up. Let's see. Currently sitting at 414.31. We're up here at this level just doing the sideways chop. So just looking for the day to break one way or the other. If anybody has any questions, I know this is kind of boring. Let me know. Zach asked, would you mind considering in the future doing a short video after hours, going over your indicators and how you use them over the course of the day? I know you go over them quite a bit during live stream, but it's difficult to dig through and find that info. Sure thing. I can do that. Actually, I don't plan on live streaming the entire trading day, so I'll probably take a break here in about an hour or so, and in the meantime, I can make a video doing that. Good question. Volume is very much dying. Very much dying. Someone asked how much do I pay attention to candlestick patterns? I do pay attention to candles a lot because when you see something get wicked out, you know that it's being overcome. It is basically just basic candlestick reading. I don't talk too much about candlestick patterns and you know, one way or the other, but it is important to learn how to read candlesticks, because if you've got a big green candle and it gets wicked out very quickly, you know that it's being overcome, or the other way around. If every red candle gets bought up, you need to learn how the wicks are managed and how are read. So look on the 5 minute. On the 5 minute, we've got our first cooling candle on the squeeze momentum, and this is first right here. Dark green candle. So I'm going to be looking for things to roll, because especially when we've got this big oscillation. See? Got this big thing here, big thing here. Looking for a change in momentum. Sure, yeah, I can talk about them indicators. The EMAs, the 8 and the 21 are my primaries. 8 and the 21 is my primaries. So we formed highs in pre-market. Let's see. So after closing it, we formed this high in pre-market. We came up to 413.47. We formed a new high here. So really we're coming up on the indication where it's starting to form the trend of the day. Now I'm going to be looking to start making my plan on when I'm going to enter. If I continue to see this bulling action, then I'm going to look to take calls. This is the trend I talk about, fighting the trend. You never want to fight the trend. So whether or not you're bullish or bearish or whatever you call yourself, or puts or calls, like this is when you want to start looking at what the market is telling you, because the market is bright green. Every single item on watch list is green. We formed highs in pre-market. We formed highs in the trading day. It's nearly 10 o'clock my time, so the market's been open for about an hour and a half. So now is when I'm looking to take some calls. Look, we got this big old green candle on the 1 minute chart, and the 5 minutes start looking bullish. So I'm thinking, all right, it's time to start looking for a call entry. And that is how you unbias yourself, is that you look at the candle, you look at the charts and see what the charts are telling you. Yeah, yesterday I was saying I expect this thing under 410, but obviously the market disagreed with me. So okay, I'll change my strategy. Things are looking bullish. We'll see what happens. I like the questions. Keep the questions coming. Yep, I'm not using the free TD. I'm using the TradingView Pro. I know they got the basic where there's 5 indicators and the Pro, which is 10. I got the Pro because I don't need any more than 10 indicators. And we just popped up to the 414.85 level. I know what you meant. Big old buying coming in right now. Can you take me higher? That cracks me up. Guitar solo. Boom, just hit the 415 mark. So now we're starting to look at the level. It's looking pretty bullish. be careful, making statements that are long term on action like this. This is buying into weakness, but I do not think yesterday was an overreaction. I think that yesterday was a reaction to something that's very legitimate and what's coming down the pipe. I'm actually surprised we didn't sell off more. $4.15.15. This is Trading View for people asking. What you see here is Trading View. Very much bullish action coming along, though. So we're coming out of crunch time. I'm looking to take a position here shortly once I see some things shake out. So hey, if you're up 16%, that's a great move, especially on today's market. Like, not bad to close that position. 16%. I'd be looking to close. Just clicking through all these channels here, see if any questions I'm missing. This could be one of those days that SPY just nibbles off little by little until it hits 417 today. Just nibble, nibble, nibble. But this red shading you here is the top level of the fib. You can see it, and it's got strong support right here, right in this range. What I'm looking for is a rejection off before we get back to the 416.75 level, and then back down. Advice for growing a portfolio on a small sub 5,000 account. Conservative, stick to one thing and become a master at it. I think you're in the right place. It's amazing what you can do trading SPY options if you do it correctly and you're not emotional. And if you build a winning percentage and you get confident in your position, you start taking applicable position sizes. You're amazing how far you can grow that account. I've actually been asked several times to start a $1,000 account and see how far I could take it, which I'd be willing to do if that gets a lot of whatchamacallit. Sorry, just someone knocked on my door. Yeah. I'd be willing to do it if that got a lot of upvotes. $200 account challenge. 200 would be killer. That'd be, man, bill them with $200. That would be funny. That would be funny. I'll do it. I'll do it if that's what y'all want. I'll open up an account, put $200 in it. $1,000 account challenge sounds fun. I would do it just because I want y'all to see that you can build a $25,000 account from $1,000 as long as you are disciplined and you take out emotion. If you have to wake up in the morning and watch Dr. Phil every morning to get those feelings out, do it. Because this isn't about feelings. This is about trading what you see in front of you. No, no, I'm not. If I were to do that, I would do it smart. I'm not going to YOLO my account every time. That's the thing. I don't want to encourage people putting 1,000 or 100% of their portfolio in an account. So we legged up, and now we're consolidating this base here at the 415 level. I wouldn't buy puts. Nothing is saying that we need to buy puts right now. VIX is still very much on the decline. So
Jeez, can't believe I missed it play.
a good set of, one of the things I've got written down in my trading log is my 4 goals every month. Yeah, 4 goals. 1, no big losses. I guess depending on where you start, but there's 4 categories of trades every month. In a given month, you want no big losses. You want a few small losses, because losses happen. I actually take pride in taking a small loss, because everyone is going to have losses, and taking a small loss is a good thing. That means I'm going towards my strategy. I'm working my strategy. So no big losses, a few small losses. Then you have a lot of small wins. Of course, you need a high winning percentage. And then you throw in a few big wins, like yesterday. Yesterday was a big win. At one point, I was like 97% gain. I ended up closing like 30, 40% gain, somewhere around there. That's a big win. Anything over 25, 30% is a big win. If you can do that consistently over the course of a year, you're golden. You'll grow an account. You give it 3 years.
Go?
If you do 3 years,
How the 5K go?
if you do 3 years, then you're gonna roll. So
You say it's run?
Muted.
all right, currently at 415.21. Just got a notification. I'm getting a letter in the mail from the IRS today. Biden's already coming to collect his money. Never interrupt OM. Yeah, I did lost my thread. Right. So yeah, you just throwing my thoughts in there while we're waiting for something to break. All right. Anybody have any questions, concerns, anything want to throw me while we're waiting? QQQ just A huge put order just came in for QQQ. 28 million in put volume as opposed to 1 million in call volume. That is a massive discrepancy. SPY is 14 million to 9 million put to call. So somebody asked, put to call ratio across SPY is super high. What is the big push all about? Is this buying into weakness? You see this big weakness yesterday. A lot of people thought that it was irrelevant, but this buying into weakness. But you don't want it. Now, it depends. Like, if you zoom out, if I see bullish action come into and take out the highs, then I'm asking the same question. Like, what is this all about? But yesterday was just buying into weakness yesterday. We're still lower than yesterday's high, so I don't see this as too bullish. It's just one day action. Do you have any days where you don't make moves? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If I have a strategy set up and something goes completely against what I'm thinking is going to happen, I'm just waiting. Like, I need to set up a new strategy, and I just don't make a move. Like, I don't force it. If it's 75 degrees outside and clear skies, I'm going to go outside. Like, I'm not going to sit here in front of the computer unless I see something I'm going to make money on. What indicators do you use? All right. Well, if you're looking here, use the volume. Of course, that's my number one. I think that's pretty basic for everybody. 8 and the 21. 8 is the blue line. 21 is the yellow. EMAs. I'm working on implementing the whole moving average, which I'm not going to talk too much about that because I'm still researching that. 200 MA, which I use for longer term analysis. And then I've got my squeeze momentum, which I've recently implemented, and of course my RSI. MACD I still use. I'm not including it on here because I don't want to clutter up this thing too much. But MACD is used. It's a lagging indicator, so it's one of the last things I use, but I still use it. The big ones, though, is what you see on the screen. I included my most important ones in terms of making a day trade. A educational video is coming on all the indicators I use and how I use them. I'm going to try to keep it under 10 minutes, so it's something you can watch over and over again if you need to clean up some questions. But it's coming. All right, I'm just watching some sweeps come in. $390,000 block just came in for 416 puts. $127,000 on puts, 100,000 on puts. Just watching the block orders. Pretty low volume on the calls, though, so we'll see what happens. Next week should be a very interesting week. Checking the 5-minute is so much better for your stress than the 1 minute. Absolutely. Absolutely. Take out the noise. Man, the put orders for QQQ are starting to pour in. 4.7 million. Someone just put on a 305 put on QQQ. 126,000, 356,000 all just hit the tape. Someone just put a $5 million put on QQQ. Block orders. I'm just checking the block orders here on TitanView. What's the expiration? Let's see. January of 2022. Volume is the biggest teller. Volume is the king of analysis. Yep, definitely research the squeeze momentum along with everything else, and I'm going to do a video on it as well. All right. On the 5-minute chart here, still above the 8. We haven't even popped through the 8 yet. We're at 8 AMA. We're just riding that up, bouncing off all the way up. So, starting to cool though on the 5. Now, the question is, are we going to take out yesterday's highs, 416.79? Or are we going to reject? Bitcoin drops below 50,000. That's taking a big hit. See, 419 puts, 415 puts, 415s. Those are dailies. April 26th. Yep, still waiting to take in position. I'm not getting the warm and fuzzies about too much right now. So $100,000 put just came through. 410 April 26 puts. Probably stick on here for about another half hour, and then I'm going to go do some yard work and grab me some protein shake. Maybe do some fitness, and I'll be back for the afternoon. But right now I'm just watching. I made a good amount of money yesterday, so I'm going to play a little more conservative today. My biggest pet peeve is giving money back. So why fight the market when I had a very good week? And give back, like, I hate one. Everyone knows my biggest pet peeve is giving money back, giving profits back. But I especially hate it on Friday because I can't have revenge trades the next day. I have to wait 2 days, and the market's laughing at me all day Saturday and all day Sunday. So there's nothing wrong with playing conservative, and had a very good day yesterday. So until I see a good entry, I'm just going to chill. Nothing wrong with that. And it's good for your psyche. You allow yourself to remove that stress. Currently using the 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart as support, just bouncing off, boom, boom, up. I expect it to continue to do so. All day highs is 416.78. Cooling on the 5-minute chart with the squeeze momentum. Yeah, I hate Fridays too. Waiting for a reversal. I wouldn't say I'm waiting for a reversal. I'm just waiting for, I don't know. This looks like one of those days where it's going to continue just kind of like tortoise in the hair. Just like tortoise is going to nibble off little by little until we, 3 o'clock comes and we're at 418. So that's what this looks like it's going to do. But are those big put orders an indication of the way SPY is going to go? You do have to read the market sentiment. You have to read the volume. Where is the volume? Right now, the volume is a lot in puts. Put call ratio is high. So big money tells you what market sentiment is. If big money says this thing's going down, you can kind of think it's going down. All technical indicators say this is going down. I think that we've seen the high for SPY, for the short term at least. We're just oscillating in the channel. This red channel here is the top layer of the fib. So here we are just oscillating down, and I do not want to see this take out previous highs. I want to see it reverse and come down, but we're just watching. 410 April 26 sounds crazy, no? Yeah, but they may not necessarily expect that to go in the money. They're just going to make money off the change in premium. If I had to guess, they're going to play that as a daily. Because yeah, I agree. They'll get destroyed by theta, unless they know something we don't. Any thoughts on Viacom? I don't follow them enough to comment on that. If I had to guess, that $5 million put on April 26th will be closed out. No, that wasn't April. That was January 2022. Let's see. Wow. $611,000 order just came in. September 16th, 390 puts. That's a block order. 60,000 on May 3rd, 415 puts. QQQ 280,000 on June 18th, 338 puts. Another 130,000 on May 7th, 332 puts. Yeah, so put orders are coming through. The volume is going high on those, and the SPY is put call ratio is going up. No big orders right now on calls. Continue to go up though. Do I ever sell options? I don't, not yet, but I'm looking into it. Just hit 416. 416. Looking at taking an all-time or yesterday's highs of 416.78. So this thing's raging. Up $3.60. 5-minute chart RSI is super high. Currently at 77, but we're still cooling on the Momo. I'm not going to hit that. One-hour chart, super bullish. $15-minute. Up, up, up. Me too, Smanders. Me too. It's going to be one of those days where it just nibbles, nibbles, nibbles. It doesn't really give you a clear, like, smash in the face. It's just nibble all the way up until all-time highs. It's going to nibble. I hate days like this. It's like, come on, just tell me something. All right, all right. Yeah, I don't. This is where you start in that having that conversation where do you want to start eyeing puts? No, there's nothing telling me to eye puts right now. In the back of your mind, you're saying it isn't going to drop, but we just rallied almost $4. We're up to $4.16. Why would you want to fight if the market is illogically green? Why would you want to fight that? You know, you're just gonna get your face ripped off. Take it from me and Luca. Trust me. $3.6 million put on QQQ for 305. Big ol' wow. What just happened there? Call volume just shot up on calls for SPY. That's probably what caused that jump. $5 million block order just came in on 4/15 January 21st calls. Yeah, so big volume just shot up in call volume. just overtook this puts. The Momo is starting to cool on the 5 minute. I think what this might be doing today, I might consider doing a buy the dip on today. So if I see any side of dip, I might take some calls. I used Titan View, or Titan Flow. I definitely wouldn't consider taking calls unless I see an egregious breakdown in price. But I think I'm gonna, if I see a little bit of a dip here, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take some calls. We'll see here. I'm not gonna get smoked. I'm not gonna buy at the top and let it smoke me. So today will most likely be a quick in and out, looking for a 5 to 10% gain. I'm not going to be greedy today because I had a very good day yesterday. I'm not going to get greedy. The second you try to get greedy, the SPY will take its spoon, put it in your chili, and eat it. It'll eat your chili, take your lunch money, take your wife out for a steak dinner, and never call her again. What's your reasoning in that particular example that it wouldn't be on a full-on reversal? General trend of the day and then stop loss worst could come. Because, I mean, I don't like to fight the trend. Right now, the only trend we're seeing is very bullish. The whole market's green. If I start to see price breaking down across the board, things start turning red, FANG rolling over, QQQ rolling over, the VIX starting to increase, then yeah, we'll consider puts, but we're not there yet. So what I'm expecting, if I see a little bit of a dip, maybe a 50-cent dip in SPY, but everything is still green and trending up, I'm not going to take puts. I'm going to buy the dip. Especially with this illogical bull run we have going on here. If we take out yesterday's highs, we're going to be super bullish. Smanders, what I would recommend is paper trading does great for teaching you the technicals, but it doesn't teach you the psychological part. A good strategy is to do paper trading and then do micro purchases, real time, like real money micro purchases. So like one contract of something, whether it's SPNI or not, like just learning how to control your emotions when you've got money on the line. It's easy to have diamond hands and hold on to stuff for a 60% gain when there's no money on the line and there's no consequence. So either way, paper trading is good. It'll teach you as long as you use it properly and you're not like, doing stuff you wouldn't normally do. That's what you have to be careful of. Yeah, you have the ability not to trade. No trade is a good position. No trade is a good position. Yeah, that's why we're here. That's why we all are here. Not just me, but everybody. We have a lot of very, very smart people that are smarter than me in this Discord. So I want y'all to post. Like if you're starting to get emotional, post it in the room. We'll talk you out of it. If you want to buy puts here, I will smack you in the face through the Discord. So I just got a notification on my phone that my son has asked me for more screen time because we limit his screen time, especially during school hours, and he just requested more screen time on his phone. And he's supposed to be at school. When I was in school, you didn't get in trouble for bringing a phone anywhere near the school. Now they can Snapchat and TikTok and all this stuff in the middle of class. Kids these days used to walk uphill both ways in the snow. Hey, watch that, Luca. I'm not that old. Yep, I got 3 kids. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the squeeze momentum in the 5 minute, it's definitely cooling. But we got a big old green candle in here. I denied that request for more screen time, by the way, if anyone's asking. Yep, call volume. Oh, how did I see that? Someone asked, how did I see the call volume shoot up? I looked at TradingView. Dang, I keep saying that. Titanflow. I have my Titanflow app up all the time, and I'm just and it have it automatically refresh, and I just saw a big old order come in. So several multi-$100,000 purchases came in on SPY calls, and then we had a $5 million purchase come in. And the QQQ, still more on puts, but it's there we go. Hold on, we just had a big order on puts for SPY, 172,000, 368,000, multiple strike points and expirations. So volume is duking it out. Where do you track the large option orders? Yeah, if you actually open up TitanView, and it shows, you know, the line items of every stock that you want to put options on, and you actually click it, and it brings up the block orders. Monitoring block orders is very important. That's where the big dogs show what they want to do. People that are smarter than us. I keep saying TitanView. I know, it's crazy. It's killing me. TradingView, TitanView. It's a Titanflow. Yeah, Titanflow. I need a shirt with all these sayings on it. So basically what I'm looking for is some sort of dip. We haven't had a dip all freaking morning. It's just been up, up, up. So I'm waiting for a little bit of something to give me a clear entry point, because I hate buying and then like it immediately dips. So I'm not going to guess. At this point, it's like you're just tossing a coin whether or not this thing is going to keep on going. So yeah, the squeeze momentum is cooling. I'm sure as heck not going to buy here because I can get my face ripped off with a 4-inch red candle. So I'm just waiting. You know, I'm just taking it easy, just chilling, talking to y'all, having a good time. About to go make me a sandwich and a protein shake. I got squats today, heavy squats. Getting vaxxed tomorrow. Yeah. Which one are you doing? You doing the 2-shot or the J&J? Alex, are you still doing the J&J since I had that blood clotting issue? I don't even know. My unit hasn't made them mandatory yet, so I haven't got them. But I assume I'll be getting the one so shortly. Yeah, but we are approaching lunch hour, so start looking for protecting yourself. I love squats. If you're doing fitness, you got to do squats. Not hack squats, not Smith machine. Get under the bar and squat it to the floor. It's great for your fitness too. It's great for weight loss. It's great for muscle building, great for weight loss, all that stuff. So Pfizer, nice. Yeah, my wife is, you know, she's in the medical field, ER director. So she's constantly pushing the vaccine on me. So I have to listen to her. She's the queen of the house. So core and back today. Yeah, buddy. If this takes out yesterday's highs, I mean, we've already broken 416 today. So it's like 416.01 is what I saw come across my screener. So yesterday with high was 416.76. We're about 75 cents away from that, 80 cents away from that. 416 is broken again. Oh, that's my go-to workout when I want to smoke myself. Is I do a increasing ladder with squats, 5-3-1. So I do 3 sets of 5-3-1 on squats each time, increasing the weight every time, and then I finish off with heavy walking lunges. Big old green candle on the 1 minute chart and the 5 minute, and that squeeze momentum is being laughed at all the way through the 5 momentum today. All the way up, up, up. Trying to stick with a stop loss of 10 to 15%, but saying I'm down 50% with 3 to 4 DT. What to do? Cut him. Cut him. Pray and hold is not a strategy. I promise you. Not. I mean, you won't. If you hold those things overnight and you're facing a 50% loss, and if you go into Monday and we go up more, you're gonna get like you're gonna lose everything, and you're not gonna be able to sleep this weekend. So, just cut him. Just cut him. What's my target entry when I see a dip? I don't like buying into this stuff, but and also like I'm playing conservative because I had a very good day yesterday, so it's like I'm not going to force something that I don't want to force. Crush the resistance. Yeah, we did. Popped right through it. All right, here we go. Friday's your leg day, madman. Not. I mean, it revolves. I have a very busy day, so if I miss a day or two, I have to make up for it. So today is my leg day. Earn the weekend, baby. Earn the weekend. I have my own home gym too, so it's like I don't have to go anywhere. I can just pop out to the garage, get my workout in, come back, hang out with y'all. Plus, it's cold and rainy today. Cold and rainy. Trust me, you will feel much better cutting a loss. I promise. You'll feel immediately better when you cut that loss. Do not hold a loss. Like if you hopes, I'm a very religious person. I try to respect other people's opinions, so I'm not bringing that up too much. But I'm a very religious person. But if I'm bringing God into my daily trading, then I've done something wrong. I've done something wrong. You don't want to pray and hope for your trades. So if you're praying and hoping, cut that baby out. Cut it out. You'll feel much better, I promise. What is with my voice? I keep getting a lot of comments about my voice. Yep. Got that radio high test voice. If your position is down 50%, especially in options, if you're down 50%, the chances of that thing coming back positive are slim to none. You can always rebuy at positions. That's why I'm saying, like, here, you're holding puts, but the market is going up like today. Why not sell the puts and buy calls? Like, you can always rebuy a position. I promise you, you can always rebuy. The market's not going anywhere. So exit that position and find a position that works. That's where you get your money back. Don't romance a position. You take out, you get that position, you go take it out to wine and dine you. It's never going to call you back. So do some voice impressions for us. I don't know if I know any voice impressions. Do a military pilot voice. I think this is my military pilot voice. This is how it sounded on the radio. Part of military training is sounding cool on the radios. I don't know if they tell people that in the public, but you got to sound cool on the radios. You get you a mean call sign if you sound like a goof. Are you on a call right now? No, I am not. I did not enter this morning, and I've been waiting. One of those things you kind of wait on your hands until you miss your chance. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Are you any plays at the moment? No, I am not. I'm trying to go back and forth between YouTube stream and Discord. So I apologize if I'm taking a little too long to get back to you. Tried to catch a falling knife yesterday with a 428, 418 calls, held on right, and it's finally back at profit. Great, good. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. $10-4 rubber ducky. I'm dropping that fat man. I did have some rings, Chris. He said I just installed some gymnastics rings. I did have some rings. I got rid of them because I didn't use them as much as everything else. I was once upon a time a CrossFitter. So still am. I just don't use rings because I'm getting older and I want to preserve my shoulders. But I fully get romance in a position. Like I get it. You hold on to it. You hang on for dear life. You pray, and it just goes against you. So I get it, but don't do it. Like you can always sell that position and rebuy something else. Do you know Whiteman Air Force Base? Never been there, but I know it. Yeah, I have a couple of people that are there. I'm not in any positions right now. All right. Yeah, what kind of equipment do I have? A squat rack, of course. Bench. I've got some dumbbells. I've got kettlebells. Rower. Definitely got to get the cardio fitness in. I'm actually doing a program now to PR my 2,000 meter row. If you've never done a max out 2,000 meter row, you're missing something. That'll smoke you. Highly recommend. Heavy squats though. Squats. When looking for a possible entry on Squeeze My Mind, what time intervals do you use? I use the 5 minute. 64% gain. There you go. I'll take 64% every day. Yeah, I'm in the mindset now. I'm not chasing, so I'm waiting for either a pullback or a reversal. So I missed my entry this morning, waiting for stuff. That's fine. This nibble up. That's my worst. I guess track record. Like I usually don't play this because it psychs me out. Unless I anticipate it being very green, that's one thing. But today, me anticipating it being red, and then now everything's just kind of nibbling way up. Yeah. So don't FOMO. No FOMO. If I have to sit here and say no FOMO 58 times, I will. No FOMO, no FOMO, no FOMO, no FOMO, no FOMO, no FOMO. What's my call sign? I don't have one yet. We haven't had a naming ceremony in a while because of COVID. COVID kind of shut everything down, so. Have plenty of opportunities. The 5 minute still cooling on the squeeze momentum. We're currently at 75 on the RSI. Still using that 8 EMA as support. Look at it. Bam, bam, bam. Just bounced right off like a bouncy ball all the way up. Why does it psych me out today? Well, because my expectations were that it's going to be red. So when I'm looking at this and like I'm just waiting for a dip and it never dips, it just nibbles all the way up to 418. So now I'm in the position where I'm waiting for a dip. Like I'm waiting for the lunchtime dip, and I'll play the afternoon. So if I'm not playing the morning, that's fine. I'll just play the afternoon. I'll just wait for a good entry and play that. So there's 6.5 hours in the trading day. All right, let's see here. Never been Elmendorf. I have never been Elmendorf. Nope. Do I use a physical stop or mental? I guess, excuse me, sorry, a little bit of both. So I usually set a 15% stop, but I will close that position before we get to there if I see things going wrong. The only reason I set a 15% stop is if I'm anticipating something and it completely goes against what I'm thinking. But I watch my position. If I set a stop, but then I see like prices are going up and I see things break, like here, it happened last week. Things break down hard. I'll close it before we even come close to that because I'm not going to risk it not coming back. The only time I'll get stopped out is if I just don't anticipate that kind of a move. That's why it's there. It's like if my strategy fails me, that's why a stop is there. But yeah, I use both mental and physical. Good questions. I like them. Keep them coming. I like answering questions. Do I ever do swings? I haven't done it in about 2 months. I do hold positions overnight when the position calls for it. Yesterday I was about to do that, but I saw some bullish action come into play, and I said nope. So when this trend does break and we head back down to 400 and the whole market feels heavy, I will start holding overnight. And then after that happens and we reverse back up to the upside, I'll start doing that. So if you go back and here, you know what? I'll try to bring this up while we're on live stream. Give y'all something to watch. Here we go. 1993. Here we go. All right, let's look at this. See if you can see this. All right, since 1993, this is the SPY, or S&P 500, sorry. Yeah, SPY. So you can see the green line is if you buy the close and sell at the open the very next day. The red line is if you buy the open and sell the close on the same day. So basically you're trading just trading hours. The green line is trading the pre-market hours. Look at the difference, 570%, 3%. SPY makes all of its gains in pre-market trading. So using that strategy, I was holding overnight. I was holding calls overnight all the time until it stopped working. I'll update my Excel sheet and pop it up here sometime and show you that reverse. Now, I mean, look how many times we were red pre-market in the past 2 weeks, and we just continue to be green. So that strategy was failing on me. But if you look, this chart The SPY makes all of its gains in pre-market trading since 1993 historically. So take that for consideration. So when this market is green, it's great to hold calls overnight. And then when it pops, holding puts overnight is good too. So anyway, a little tidbit. On the 5-minute chart, we're still cooling on the squeeze momentum. I'm going to switch over to the 1 minute. We're just kind of filling out here. My question is, are we going to pop yesterday's high or not? Favorite kind of pizza? Serious question. Pizza is life. I agree, man. Pizza is life. I love it. My all-time favorite pizza, if you're talking about if I was stuck on a deserted island with a pizza oven in my favorite pizza restaurant, it would be a New York style cheese pizza. Cheese pizza, that's it. New York style. All-time favorite. You can't beat it. I'm talking a good, legit New York style cheese pizza from the heart of New York. Now, if you're talking everyday pizza, like if I'm going to run down to Domino's or Papa John's or just whatever local pizza joint, probably a Meat Lovers. Good Meat Lovers pizza. Yes, I am watching this channel as you stream. But I'm flipping back and forth between the Discord channel and the YouTube live chat. I'm trying to answer everybody's questions. If I had to reclass to any other MOS, what would it be and why? Is it infantry? Well, I can't speak for other branches. I'm the Air Force, so we go by AFSCs. If I wasn't doing this one, I would like to think that I could do Special Forces. I love fitness. I'm big into fitness. Thin crust margarita, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, so I like to think Special Forces. I think every guy thinks it thinks that though. So I guess I would love the test. Like I've read a lot of Special Forces books, Navy SEAL oriented books. I've watched all the movies. Big proponent. Like I love Lone Survivor. I love American Sniper. All that stuff. So I'd love to think that I could accomplish something like that. But of course, I'm 35 now. $250, but you got down to 60. You remember what I did yesterday? There's nothing wrong. I took half my position. Like I was up 25%. I closed it for half. I think at 24%. And the other half I let it ride to 94%, and I ended up selling it roughly 30, 35, 40%, somewhere around there. So there's nothing wrong if you've got a big winner, close half your position and teeter out of it. You don't have to sell all of it. Teeter out of it. Tear out of it. I guess whatever you call it. So sell 25%, sell 50%, and then tear out of your position. Do we need to have a pizza chat channel? Is that it? Just talk about pizza? Not a bad idea. Here in where I live, we have a hot chicken pizza at my local place. And it's fantastic. And I never would have had it until my wife bought it one day. And she came home and said, here, we're going to have this hot chicken pizza. And I was like, what are you talking about? So this pizza is a large cheese pizza. And it's got chopped up pieces of hot chicken. Fried hot chicken. It's got dill pickles on it and then ranch dressing all over it. It's fantastic. It's one of the best pizzas I've ever had. She loves it. She gets it all the time. And I was like, I'm never going to eat that. No, don't even bring that in this house. And I bought it. I was like, holy moly, my life has changed. Do you stick to SPY? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Obviously there are tons of vehicles out here you can trade and make great money, and they're all great trades. But I personally stick to SPY because I wanted to focus on something simple. I didn't want to look through multiple charts, and I wanted to like master one thing. If I could stick to SPY and make money, then I'm good. I don't need anything else. All right. Any other questions? I love it. Nice. 03 and NSF. Very cool. Pizza gang. So you created a pizza channel. I love it. Currently trading here at the 416.26 level. If you look at the 5 minute, the Momo is dying off here. It's just a low volume day. It's a low volume day. Let's check the Titan flow. $1.62 million on a May 21st 325 call. So someone's predicting the May sell off. Call volume starting to die off again. QQQ. 1.62 million. Negative. So I broker limit 200 contracts per trade. Negative. Everything that says buy all the puts you can afford, but if I do that, we'll see 418. I wouldn't argue that buying a long-term put here is not a bad play. I'm talking like long-term. But me personally, I like to be conservative. I like to maximize my premiums. So when the time comes, I'll play some puts and I'll hold them overnight. But love the questions. Do you think 416.5 would be a resistance? I think yesterday's highs of 416.76 would be a good place to start. What brokerage do I prefer? I prefer E-Trade. I dabbled with Webull and I hated it. It took me like 20 minutes to figure out how to place a trade when I first got Webull a long time ago, because I opened a Webull account to trade crypto. And I dabbled in Bitcoin around the $30,000 mark, and I did very well. And I dabbled with Ethereum, and I did very well. But that was only like I was kind of like curious about Bitcoin or crypto, and I dabbled in it, and that was like a little phase. But I still have my Webull account. I don't use it. I just don't like it. It's cosmetically pleasing, but it's a little clunky. What's long term for me? I would say June, July-ish, especially if Biden starts hitting the gas pedal on these tax plans. Like you could, yeah. All right. Let's see. Anybody here play Fortnite? My 10-year-old son plays Fortnite. He's a big Fortnite player. He wants since I set up this whole streaming setup with the microphone and everything, he wants to do Fortnite streams and stream his Fortnite. Kids these days, I'm talking about kids these days. Never get no respect. Animation programmer at the Fortnite team. Snap. That'd be fun. I mean, you can respect what Fortnite does from an economic standpoint. Give the game to you for free and then charge you for everything inside that game. And then people buy it up. What's funny is that there's even a disclaimer in Fortnite that says anything you buy in this game does not make your player better. It's just for cosmetic purposes, and they still make billions off these purchases. It's fantastic. It's an economically genius. strategy. Squeezing. Yep, we're about to enter the squeeze again. The momentum is dying off, and I'm looking for the black cross right here on the squeeze momentum. RSI is dipping. Let's go out to the 15. Yep, we're almost back. We're, We're 50 cents off yesterday's highs. 5-minute chart. Your daughter will watch it. Very old again. I used to be a game player back in the day. I don't really have much time to play games anymore. I try to jump in with the kids every now and then and play, show them I still got some skills. A little Call of Duty, but all right, got a little red candle forming. Rolling over on the 1 minute. And here's when I'm going to start looking for a dip. So I'm going to be making sure that we don't have a good reversal and then roll over. How are you feeling about the HMA? I like it. I got to say I like it. You know, it takes the lag out. There's still some lag, obviously. You can't predict the future, but I like it. Bouncing off the 8. Yep. On the 5-minute chart, we are right at the 8. So I'm curious to see what we do here. Man, he is also, like someone, guys, all my homies play Roblox. Man, this kid eats up Roblox. Like, I think, like, when Roblox, like, IPO'd, like, I think, like, my son was responsible for, like, half that, you know? Half that volume. All my generation had was Halo. All we played was Halo. Those were the good old days. I loved Halo. All right, currently, it looks like we are bouncing off the 8 again, all the way up. All right, back. Funny enough, I still have an Atari 2600 with about 100 games upstairs in my attic right now. I also have a regular Nintendo and a Super Nintendo. But yeah, I've got an Atari 2600. Halo was amazing. Hoping that it'll be close to the original, but I'm ready for disappointment. You know. Yeah, me too. Me too. When do you think is a good time for kids to start learning about stocks and options? Great question. Thank you, Joseph. Immediately. The second that they understand the concept of money, drill it into their heads. My 10-year-old, last year for his birthday, he was 9. He got $100 for his birthday. Actually, got a little bit more than that. But so I came to him and I said, you give me that $100 and in a year or 6 months or however long, I'll give you back 150. Yes, that's a 50% return. He decided to do that. And so for 6 months, he gave me $100. And I kept it in the jar. And every few days, weeks, I would throw a couple of dollars in there. And yes, it's 50% return on his money, which is crazy. But It's the whole point of teaching kids about the volume of investing. Throw a couple of dollars in there here and there, a couple of dollars in here and there. And then 6 months, he got $150 cash. So now he knows if he learns to invest his money, that'll pay off. And then I'm going to compound that. Like when he's in high school, which is in a couple of years, I'll open up a paper trading account and teach him how to paper trade. I'll let him blow up a couple of paper trading accounts. I'll let him learn how to do that. And then by the time he's graduating high school, he'll have a good feel for how to invest. I think teaching your kids young about money is absolutely imperative. Absolutely imperative. How much do I want for it? I don't think I'll sell it. I mean that Atari 2600 is older than I am, so I don't think I'll sell that one. Especially that it still works. Raising Warren Buffett, I see. I just don't want my kids to, like, my biggest thing, like when I'm having conversations with people at work or other people, or even like other friends I have, my biggest pet peeve is like people pigeonhole themselves on they have to work 30 years and then retire. Like, it's the most ridiculous thing in the world. Is like, that really what your overarching goal is? Like, do you really want to work 30 years of your life for somebody else and not have any goals of your own? Relying on your 1 week a year of vacation? Like, no. So, there's nothing wrong with working 30 years. I plan on working my whole career, at least some facet. I want to do something that benefits me and my family so I can not only help my family, but I could help other people. Like, the whole point of this, of, you know, life, not getting too existential, is to help other people. And I can't do that if I'm working 30 years for somebody else. So, don't pigeonhole yourself in thinking that you have to work 30 years of your life. Like, multiple sources of income. We got a big old green candle on the 5-minute chart. 1 minute chart. Bouncing off that 8 once again. Strong support on the 8 millimeter. On the 8, I'm sorry, 8 EMA, not 8 millimeter. You should take $50 out one day to the stock market crash. That'll be the next lesson. Next 6 months, I'll do that. I'll take it out and say, sorry, Biden announced a tax plan. Yeah, teach them averaging down, which is a whole other conversation. Anyway, fantastic question about the kids. Yeah, you got to involve the kids in some sort of investing. Now's the time to do it. Now's the time to do it. The 2600 still does work. It in fact does. Yes, it does. There's actually I don't know if it's still on there. There was a documentary on Netflix about like 1980s games, like the games we grew up with or something like that, Nintendo. It was really interesting to come up and like see all these people talking about how like the Atari 2600 blew their mind. And here it is, like I've got one. So I remember playing it when I was a kid and I still got it. Now the next lesson, is I have to teach him how to manage money because he promptly took that money and bought a hoverboard. He didn't even have that money like 24 hours and it was gone. So I have to teach him money management. I was going to let him do it. Let him blow that money, see how it feels. And then next time he asks for something, you had your money. Didn't you have $150? Oh, that's right. Nope, I didn't rate it yet. I'm going to ease him into the realities of the market. So we are currently at 416.40. This thing's going to nibble its way all the way back above yesterday's highs. Going to nibble, nibble, nibble. I'm about to nibble my way into the gym to do some squats. Yeah, apparently kids have better or trade better than adults since they have less FOMO. Like, he wanted to take his profits early. He's like, Dad, can I go ahead and pull it out? It's like, no, son, you bought an annuity. This thing matures in 6 months. High score, there it is. Yeah, that's a good one. That's pretty interesting if you grew up playing games. Too late for calls? I don't know. Depends what it wants to do. I'm not buying a call here yet. I like the questions. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. What percent of your portfolio do you put into each option? It depends. It depends. I see a lot of stuff going around that people are putting 100% of the portfolio in. I don't care if you've got a $500 account. You need to start practicing position sizes. If you've got a $500 account and you're investing 100% of your portfolio, you're going to develop bad habits. So I personally, I admit I take larger position sizes than a normal trader, but I'm only making 1 or 2 trades a day, and I'm focusing everything I have on SPY, and I'm doing tight constraints. And I know I'm a conservative player, so I trust myself. I trust my system. But I've done this for a while. Me personally, I take anywhere from 10 to 20% position sizes. Sometimes touch more, sometimes touch less, sometimes way less. If I have very little confidence in position, but I kind of feel where things are going, I see things are where things are headed, I'll take a 5% position, something smaller. But you have to tie in your personal tolerance for risk. You have to tie in tight stops and discipline. Otherwise, you have no business trading anything more than 1%. The second you try to gamble with this market and say, it can't go against me anymore, guess what? It will go against you way more. Corn on pizza in South America? Interesting. Never heard of that. My whole family is from New York. I do not live in New York. I live very much in the South. So that's why I don't have a strong Southern accent like this. I'm not talking like this right now. But all my family is very much from New York. So I know good pizza. I know good pizza, and I love New York style pizza. MACD versus squeeze, pros and cons. MACD, reliable, but it lags way too much. That's why it's one of the final things my cross check. Squeeze momentum, fantastic, but if depends on the time frame. For a daily, for trading during the day, doing day trades, squeeze momentum could make you miss entries. So, but the squeeze momentum the squeeze momentum is very much based on momentum. So that's why it's so great.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's happening?
How are you, brother?
Good.
How's the day treating you?
Pretty good. Just watching, see what's going on here.
Holy shit, that hammer on the 5.
Yeah. Hasn't even broke below the ADMA yet. It's just using that thing of concrete.
Are you guys watching what time frame?
Right now we're on the daily 5-minute chart. I'm born in Buffalo, living in Tennessee. That's where you were born in Buffalo, now you live in Tennessee? Is that what you're saying? That's true, Luca. Yeah, every time SPY looks like it's about to, flatten out. But look at the squeeze momentum on the 5-minute chart. Like the volume is going lower and lower. It's dying off. I mean, look at this. Look at this volume. Ever since this morning, it's just downtrending. Down, 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 down. So that's why I'm not too keen on taking calls here. So I'm waiting for the afternoon shakeout, like what's going to happen. Either one or two things are going to happen. Actually, three things, since it is best PY. It's going to keep on nibbling up. It's very little dips. It's going to round over, but still upward. It's going to get a little bit of dip and then onward. Or it's going to have a full reversal. I don't think we're going to have a full reversal. I think this is going to continue on upward. I think we're going to finish higher. But one can only surmise that we're going to have a little bit of a dip. And if we do, I'll probably buy it. I like the momentum here today for calls. Love the questions. Love the questions. Can you give us a range of the size of your trade when you say it's a small, medium, or small or medium? If it's a small trade, I'm thinking anywhere from 3 to 5 to 6, 7%. If it's a medium trade, I'll probably say anywhere from 9 to 16%, somewhere in there. Large, anywhere above that, 20 to 30%. I will only do a 30% contract or 30% trade if it's like yesterday was a big trade because I knew it was going down. Like if I know something's going down or up, like if it's confident, like I'll take a big trade. But I'll like it's also proportionate. If I've got a big trade, like I'm setting stops. Like I'm watching that thing like a hawk. So that's why I don't talk about dollar amounts because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what my dollar amounts are. Your strategy should be the same if you have $1 million in your account or if you've got $100. So it's all about percentages. What aircraft do I fly? I don't want to discuss that here. A fun one. In terms of having a job, I have the best job in the world. I'll say that. Being an Air Force pilot is one of the best things in the world. If you are thinking about aviation, I highly advise you to consider the military aviation. It's amazing. Have you ever seen a UFO? That's classified. How did I know the news broke so quickly yesterday? I have alerts. Like I have breaking news alerts on my phone for any social media from my reputable sources as well as I track the news. So yesterday I was outside doing housework and unfortunately I have a notification with Luca. Luca said, "Hey man, things are breaking." I open up my account. I see the notifications on my phone about Biden. I see the market tanking. The volume is ramping up. I jumped in. I was like, "Hey, I'm taking this." Bought major puts. Posted it in the room as fast as I could, and here we are today. So there are times to ramp up your personal, whatever you think, tolerance for risk. So yesterday was one of those times for me. I'm in a glider. It's close to ever get to being a pilot. Or is it subscribe to Luca button? That's one of the benefits of having Luca as my mod. Dude's on point, man. He knows what he's doing. Starting to round over on the 1 minute chart, the 5 minute chart here. I'm looking for the pop of 5 EMA or the 8 EMA. The F-22 or the F-35, I don't fly either of those. I've never flown in either of those, but I would say the F-22 based on what I know about either of those platforms. Plus, I've seen the F-22 in action. It's there's nothing like it. It's unreal. It's incredible that they're able to create a plane like that. The vector thrust is ridiculous. Yep, so we're almost to yesterday's highs. We're a little bit short of it. About 40 cents short, and we're touching the 80 EMA. We're rolling over, but look at the squeeze momentum on the 5 minute. Like the 5 minute, it's been rolling over all day. The RSI is dipping. Volume is dipping throughout the day. Look at this. Let me see if I can draw a trend line here. Look at this. So since open, I mean, we've been trending down all day. RSI, same thing. So I'm curious to see if we're going to dip. I think I'm going to, if we dip down, I think I'm going to buy the dip. I think I'm going to buy the dip. So we'll see. Time will tell. Our military is so secretive and lethal. I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you. I do love my job. I highly, if you are young and you're thinking about aviation, I would highly encourage you to look at military aviation. Not only because it's awesome, but because the military teaches you discipline. I've flown civilian. I've flown military. Military teaches you discipline unlike anything else. I'm surprised, honestly, there are not more crashes with the civilian side because the discipline is not nearly as egregious as military. I don't know about Thinkorswim or Fidelity. I've never used either one of those. I love these little tidbits that Luca posts from this. I don't know what platform that is that's getting those comments, but that's funny. Is that Wall Street Bets? Oh, I guess that's a dark mode. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's funny. You and me both. I was a late joiner in the military. And Jonathan says if I had to do it over again, I would have gone to the military at 19. I would too. Well, actually, I would have gone to college first. The second I graduated college, I would have my first thing. I would have handed me that degree. I would have went to the Air Force recruiting offices, put me in the pilot program. So right now, squeeze momentum is cooling here, and we are kind of trending here at this little chop in this 416.30-ish area. And yeah, I'm waiting. Right now my number one strategy, just to be prepared, is if we have a dip, I'm going to buy it. I'll buy some calls. Now, if I start to see a rollover price, if I see things break and everything else is breaking, that's going to change. But right now, my first strategy is that. Contingency plan is to buy puts, and things really roll over. But I just like to be prepared. Where do you live, OM? Man, I don't know if I want to say that. Like, I don't know if I should say that. I don't know what the etiquette here is. I'm in the South. How about that? Southeastern United States. Did I mention it today? Did I say it already? I don't know. I could have said it. Yeah, I was an accountant. I graduated degree in accounting, and I was an accountant, and I hated my life. Just so happened that I was working right across the street from their base, and here I am. 416.39. flying accountant. No longer an accountant. I surely don't do that. Although the my affinity for math, helps out when I have to do calculations on the fly. But right now, just waiting. Nothing too crazy. A little boring, but. I'd let you. Well, I don't drink, but I'll let you buy me a drink any day. A non-alcoholic drink. Well, my accent is not indicative of a Southern individual. Like all my family's from New York City. Every single one of them. Well, actually, my grandmother's from Puerto Rico. She has since passed, but she's from Puerto Rico. My whole family. My grandfather was from Italy, and they immigrated here. My dad was the first one of my family born in the United States, and he was born in New York City. All my whole entire family's from New York City. And then when I was 4 years old, we came to the South because we were, at the time, New York was very rough, I guess. This was before Giuliani came in and cleaned up New York. So we moved to the South to get away from all that. And here we are. So I don't have, I'm kind of like a day walker. My dad was sounded like, typical Italian from New York. And then, of course, being around the South where everyone has a Southern draw kind of evened me out. All right. Well, it's kind of boring right now, but yeah, volume is definitely decreasing. Yep. So glad you woke up at 3:30 today. Me too. Me too. I'm glad you're here. What's looking good? 418. Let's see here. Well, if we do break if we break yesterday's highs, we might see some bullish volume come into the play here. But volume is decreasing. That's why I'm not jumping in for calls right now. I do anticipate taking some calls before the end of the day, but I'm not. I see volume dropping, and I don't want to get caught in a dip. So while you're all in here, I am going to start rolling out some educational videos with the help of other people on here, and try to refine some things up. So please subscribe to the channel. And if you have any questions, or if you have any suggestions for what I should post, feel free to DM me or throw them up in the room, and I'll try to make videos about as much as I can. just posted a new poll in the polls room, or I'm sorry, the SPY Daily Sentiment room. Let me know what you think. Let's see if we can up our winning percentages. Don't let LM get out of the account challenge vote. You're killing me, Funky Fresh. You're killing me. That's all right. We hold each other accountable here. I love it. I love it. I will totally do it. I will totally do it. Chris, what software do you use? The bell button next to the subscribe won't work for me anymore. I know there was some issues with me labeling things as like a 4Kids video early on. I think I fixed that though, but I'll see if I can fix it. Make sure it's not somehow switched back. Smanders, anybody eyeing an entry here? The volume is dying off, so I'm waiting for maybe a little bit of a dip. Might be a small dip, but a dip nonetheless. Just to bring some volume back in. And then I'll look at taking a position. That may not happen. Maybe this thing is going to nibble all the way up all the rest of the day. But it is what it is. I made some good money yesterday. All right, let me look at something. Yeah, I don't see it. See, I'm scrolling through my social media now. There's people talking about a diamond and a diamond pattern and a wedge pattern. It's like I just don't see it. Like, see, you can force anything here. It's like, where do you see a wedge pattern here? Like, you still have to bring in the previous price points. So it's like there, but you completely negate the previous prices. So, you know, that's why I don't use pattern analysis too much, because it's all subjective. It's eye of the beholder. Yep, it is definitely run out of steam. That's why I'm not buying anything yet. So, if you... Well, I'm not going to say that. 5-minute chart. Here we go. So, the momentum's still dying. Slowly. It's just being stubborn, sitting up here. Anybody more have any more questions? Trading related, non-trading related, throw them in the room. Content is for kids, really? Hold on. All right, hold on. I'm gonna try to fix this real quick. People are saying that my content is still labeled as for kids, so let me see if I can fix that. Visibility, public restrictions, none. It says not made for kids. It says not made for kids. Age restriction. Don't restrict my viewers to viewer over 2. Okay. Everything still says public. I'm not seeing any restrictions on here. I mean, I've had 10 more subscribers today, this morning, while we're doing this. So, I mean, people are subscribing. I'm just not sure. So, I can't talk to Thinkorswim, Chris. I've never used it, so I wouldn't be able to help on that realm. But I'm sure somebody in the Discord room could do that if you post in Discord. Can you post the link for the live video when you start the live video? Yep. Yep. Do you have it now? Are you able to find it now? Yeah, like if someone said if you're holding puts, yeah, I'd be hard pressed to think that we go back down below 416 today as well. I do hope. I mean, maybe 415, high 415s, just because of dip, because of volume is starting to fall off. But you never know. You know, don't hope and pray for a position to turn around. If you have a losing position, take a loss, cut it, and then do your thing. That's what I do. And I'm back. There you go, Chris. Click on that. Let's get on Discord.
Holy shit, the volume. It's so loud.
Only red days allowed. Why is SPY having these green days? I mean, we're just in a bull market right now. Until that sentiment changes, this is it. Yep, so volume is dying off. It's down, down, down. Because we're staying right here in this range. We popped up to this 416.50 range, and we're just staying there. Are you talking about like how I choose my strike prices? Lurking? Man, SPY has stalemated. Still using the ADMA as a support. I'd use that as just refining my strategy. You know, when I first created this system, I experimented with everything. It was 0 DTE, 1 month, 10 days. And I kind of refined it down to my natural eye went to like that $2 premium. And that kind of put me at that 6 or anywhere from 5 to 7 day $2 strike is where it puts me right at that $2 premium. And I just like it. It's always worked well for me. So if I see that premium drop below and I start to see like $1.50, $1.58, $1.60, it's like, hey, that's a cheap premium. And as long as the marketing conditions support that entry, I'll take that entry. Plus, that allows me to allocate my specific amount of equity towards that premium. I like that number of contracts. It just works well for me. It's treating me good. Not to mention, my level of risk, like if a position goes against me, I can get out before, like a 0 DTE will crush you if a position goes against you, whereas that, it does well. Like it allows for normal fluctuations without hitting that 10% mark too quick. You're welcome, Chris. Appreciate y'all being here. Yep, heat map is very, very green. Just about everything is up over 1%. All the FANG is up over 1%. VIX is still dropping. Let's take a look at the VIX. Boom, boom, boom. Still dropping. 17.4. This day looks exactly like yesterday, though, except for the big old buy and sell-off. Thoughts on 2 to 3 DT? That's still a little more aggressive. I have done it. If I think a position is going to make a bigger move, I'll take a three day, but that's not something I'll stay in long. Holding 417 calls from Tuesday. Bad idea. Do I have a shot? I'm assuming you're underwater on those, depending on your expiration. At this point, in order to turn green on those, this price is gonna have to go well and beyond. It'll have to hit like 418 just to make up for your theta. So, I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your position. I have been very clear that I think we've seen the high in SPY. I think we've seen it, and it's not going to happen again. My opinion. Could be wrong, but I think we see 400 before we see 420. So you bought that. Let me see. You bought those calls at 3:07 Eastern, so 2 o'clock here, and you sold them 10 minutes later. So let's go look back at that time frame. Okay. So you bought them right about here, those calls, when it was dipping. And then you sold them 10 minutes later, right about here. And then they almost immediately turned around on you. So to me, it's just, it doesn't look like you had a clear indication of why you bought those. If you bought those thinking we're going to go up, then you didn't give it enough time for the play to shake out. And if you look, I mean, we were still falling like on the squeeze moment at the time, but it was still very much in we hadn't ended the squeeze yet. So if you would have waited till the squeeze, you saw a squeeze indication, you would have bought them here, and you would still have been up. But you bought them too early, like you didn't have a good indication. So the price was still falling below the 8. You want to at least wait until this price comes up and attacks the 8 EMA. So I hope that answers your question, but it just seems like you didn't have a clear system as to why you made that trade, which is why you made an emotional decision to close them too early. So the more you have a hardcore ironclad system, the less emotion you're going to have. The more you can rely, when things do get emotional, you can rely on a system to tell you what to do. Let this thing right here tell you what to do. It'll tell you what to do if you listen to it. Anyway, I hope that helps. Ever thought about doing futures instead of options? I've thought about it. I may consider it sometime in the future, but right now this is working for me. I'm kind of taking the stance of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yep, if you do elect to take puts here, stay on your toes. Volume is decreasing. We very well could get a dip here, but, stay on your toes. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but... Thanks, veteran. Love you. Yeah, trust me, I've been in this situation before when I went ahead and bought puts right here, thinking that there's a lot of red space down here, a lot of space to fall, and then the second I buy it, you've got a big old wall of green candle that just destroys you. So buying put here, I think for me personally, buying a put right here is a gamble. It could go down, but we could just be consolidating for the next leg up. So me personally, I'm not going to buy a put here because, you know, I've been here before. Green candles forming. See what I mean? Using that 8 EMA as support. Look at this. I mean, just that 8 is concrete right now. I mean, it's glued right to it. Doesn't want to mess with it. 416.58. Big old green candle forming on the 5 minute. There's the 1 minute. Boom, right up. But volume is dying. Like, this is a low volume pop, so that's why I'm saying it's gambling. That's why I'm not no rush to take a position right now, because it's just low volume and volume is dying. I mean, you see this RSI. You see this. Just everything is downtrending. The squeeze is getting close. It makes it to the X, and the stock is at the 8 EMAs at a buy sign. Not necessarily. I mean, all this is determining is that we're entering the squeeze again. Once the crosses go black and this thing levels out, like right here, for example, you're entering the squeeze, and the volume is going to tell you which way it's going to go. If we see green start to form and those gray crosses come back, yeah, we're releasing to the upside. And if we cross the AMA to the south and this turns red and we get some big red candles like this, we may see some of this. But I'm just waiting for the chart to tell me. Now, if we enter the squeeze and we see green candles forming and I see more of this right here, yeah, it's a buy signal. If I see the price jump through the 8 again, yeah. But we are popping right now. Pop, lock, and drop it. Currently at 416.65, we're approaching yesterday's highs. I think things are going to get pretty bullish if we see a break of yesterday's highs. So we're currently at 416.76. If you're holding puts, I'd stay nimble. Keep the questions coming. Love it. Currently streaming YouTube live. I'm up in the Discord too. You have any questions? Post them in the Discord room. Send me a DM. And then, of course, I've got optionsmillionaire2020@gmail.com. Thoughts of defense stock Huntington Ingalls call for 2020 strike. I can't comment too much on other stocks. I don't follow anything except SPY, other than like the macro stuff. However, with defense, I mean, you see what Biden's stance is. He's pulling out Afghanistan, but things are ramping up with Russia, so you never know. Defense is very news heavy. All right. So we are at this top of this little wedge, what people are calling it. I don't care about that. Volume is dying off all morning long, but we're still climbing. Brent asked me, what's the thought process on a 7-day out versus a 5 or 7? Yeah, I guess you can call it safety and price action. It's just, I like the way the price moves. I like the way you move it. Yeah, that 5 to 7 day, I just like the way it moves. Because when a stock goes against me, when a price goes against me, then like I can get out, or I can kind of fluctuate where I kind of anticipate where it goes based on a given price movement. And then when it goes up, I like the way it pays. Zero DTE is great because it pays big but also loses big, and longer DTEs don't pay enough. You need a big move to get a good payoff. So I like that sweet spot right there. So currently at 416.65. We are getting close to breaking yesterday's all-time highs. Everything's getting bought up. 8 EMA. I tell you, this thing's going to nibble all the way to highs. All the way to highs. I've seen this before. I hate trading days like this. There it is. I think, what was that? I think we're touching yesterday's highs. 76 is what it was. We touched it. Yep, we touched it. Just hit the 1% mark. We're 1.09%, $4.50 up on the day. That is hilarious. My phone vitamin keeps make people look at their phone. That's funny. We didn't break out of the fib yet. I guess my mouse is going bad. I keep having problems with my mouse. It keeps like going out of me. So, yep, just hit 417. Here we go. Here we go. Crazy, crazy. 100% gain on your calls. Nice, very nice. Here comes the volume. Another bright green candle on the squeeze moment. This is why I said don't buy puts. Because look what happens. Big old green candle just wipes you out. For 17.15. Going crazy. Yep. So we're definitely approaching all-time highs. I can't even believe I'm saying that today, but here we are. All-time highs are 417.91, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. And we are currently sitting at 417.23, so we're 70 cents off that. Yeah, me too, Luca. Just by principle, if we hit 420. And I'm just kidding. Yeah, this is crazy. So here we are. Volume is coming back in. Currently at 417.26. Finishing the week strong, it seems. What do we need to see to even consider puts here? A complete reversal in what we're seeing. Opposite of what we're seeing. We're about to hit all-time highs. So I believe, but judging what I'm seeing here, I would be surprised if we don't pop all-time highs. This is just crazy. So 417 and climbing. This is insane. Yep, this is the 5-minute chart. Let's look at the 15-minute. So we have taken out yesterday's highs. What? Now we got the top of the fib to look at. So we do get oscillations in the top of this channel. So now we're just looking at where does this go? Where does it go from here? I ain't scared. That's all I'm saying. Until I start to see this thing break through the top of the channel, I'm good. The good thing is about this indication is that we've only missed the morning. We have the whole afternoon ahead of us. We know where the market is going. We know where the market wants to go. So any dip, as long as I don't see volume drop off or see price action reverse, if I see any dip, I'm buying it. So you still have the whole afternoon ahead of us. You don't have to force a trade. It has been a crazy 24 hours. Definitely a crazy market. Currently at 417.22. It's a great idea, Christian. It's a great idea. Take your limit sell and boom, go about your day. I'm about to do the same. No, you did not. 50% is still 50%. A little bit of a dip here. All right. Nope, OM is not in anything. But I will buy and consider a dip. Considerable dip. We just can't get a dip. There is no dip. This thing's been bouncing off the 8 all morning long. There is no dip. So I'm going to step away for about 3 to 5 minutes. Go make me a quick bite. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Y'all trying to have some fun without me? Things started to dip the second I walk away. So we jump back down here and we're using the ADMA as support again. Crazy. Somebody's hot mic'd. Yeah, I'm getting weird feedback from the Discord channel as well. Someone's, let's see here. Who's that? Spicy Saucy. Looks like you're the one. Hot mic in the, there you go. There you go. Thank you. Big old bounce right off the 8. Again. So bounce right back up, right off the 8 of that little dip. Do I need to step away again so y'all can buy the dip again? My turn to grab lunch. Is there a QQQ gang? No. They're just low volume pops right here. Just low volume. But a little bit of volume comes in, man, and this thing's going to rip. So just be careful. All right. Still uptrending. We just completely bought up that dip. Yep, it's just this low, slow grind all day up. Yeah, if this seems to work out pretty well, I'll do both. I'll do a simultaneous stream on both Discord and YouTube. Whatever keeps y'all happy. I'm going to stay on here for about another 15 minutes and I'm out, at least until the last hour of the day. So, just got a few things to take care of. Can't sit here all day. Got some fitness to do. Got to run some errands. Yep, the reason why I do YouTube because I want to catalog all my videos. Like they don't catalog on Discord, so I just want to be able to. The organizational features and category, you can store anything on YouTube. I just like it, so I'm just gonna do stream on both. Looks like we're consolidating right up here at this 417 level. No dips at all today, just little bitty fluctuations. Crazy stuff. Just doing a little reading while we're waiting. Pretty boring moment at the time. We're just waiting to see what happens next. Just like always, if you have any questions, post them in the room. I'll be happy to answer them as fast as I can. Or you can throw them up in the YouTube live chat. With accounting background, perhaps this came easy for you, but how long did it take you to quickly look at options and decide what was best? Learning curve, mistakes made. I got into options accidentally. I guess you could say that. I was a primarily stock trader. I knew a lot of people traded options, all the books I read, and then I read told me otherwise, and then I read Hedge Fund Market Wizards. And a lot of those dudes are trading options and futures. And I'm like, huh, all the successful dudes I read about trade options. So why am I not trading options? So then I dove in, and I started very small. I bought 10 contracts of SPY. Contract was the first option I ever bought years ago. 250%, first one. Because I bought a put, and the market went down like the next day. So ever since then, I dove everything I could into learning options. Trading options on everything. Tesla, Amazon, Apple, cruise lines, everything you can think of. I traded options. Boeing was a huge one. And I learned everything about how theta works, expiration strikes, which right ones to do, how the market reacts, knowing that you can be right and still lose money. Like, people don't understand decay. All the people I try to help that start out with options, they don't understand decay. They're thinking, hey, man, the stock price is higher than it was when I bought the option, and yet I'm still in the red. I was like, well, because you had a huge downside first. Entry point is crucial with options because you'll get smoked. So learning, read every reputable source, watch every reputable YouTube video you can find. Talk to people that you trust that trade options. Follow them on social media that you're reputable, not everybody. Learn, and then, of course, mistakes. Mistakes. Learning that averaging down on options is a terrible, terrible idea. It's bad enough with stocks. But with options, it's an awful idea. All you're doing is doubling down on a losing position. What I would rather you do, if you're so inclined to throw more money at a position, is close the losing position, find the correct position, and then buy a bigger position. I would rather you do that than double down on a losing position. It's terrible. That's like saying double or nothing. So, learning curve is huge. Learning through mistakes it's called market tuition. I've paid a lot of money with a lot of zeros behind it in market tuition. That's when the market reaches through the screen and smacks your hand and says, "Nope, that ain't gonna happen this time." You have to learn from that. The first good trade is free. Yeah. I learned that quickly. Like a dictation bot that like does everything in here, writes everything out. The book I mentioned was Hedge Fund Market Wizards. It's a very macro book. It's a very, very, like you're talking about dudes that deal with millions and billions of dollars, but it tells you how they look at things. I didn't read that book for purposes of getting like how they enter trades, because I'm never going to trade $1 billion of freaking oil futures. What I want to look at is how they, it's an interview style format book, how they formulate their views about the macro. Because they're always thinking, well, I know in the winter, like consumption in this side of the country is higher, so I'm looking at oil futures in the winter. Like they're just looking at how and like geopolitical climates, military climates, military strategies. Like they look at everything, and that's how they trade their futures. So that kind of brought that into my thinking of, if you're going to be a successful trader, especially trading something like SPY, you need to realize who our president is, what their political beliefs are, what their policies are. Look at Trump. That was unprecedented. I'm not even talking about how you feel about Trump. I'm talking about, look how he communicated through Twitter. He would post things on Twitter that would affect the market. So you need to know that. Like, what happens when Trump tweeted on Twitter? What happens when Biden comes out and talks about his tax policies? So having a macro view of things will help you understand how the market is affected by certain events. Now, what I'm trying to do is invent a crystal ball. I just can't get my finger on the right formula. But I got the recipe down for that chili. OM's chili recipe. That's gonna be if I ever write a book, that's gonna be the name of my recipe. It's gonna be the name of the book, so no one knows it's a trading book. They think it's a cooking book. Like Barnes and Noble, and you'll see it on the cooking section. OM's chili. Yep, we're sitting right here at 417. We popped to, 417.30, something like that? 28 and 38, 28. So at 12:30, I'm going to step away so you can anticipate some sort of big move. So get your puts and your calls ready. Volume is garbage. It's been garbage ever since it started dying off at 11 o'clock Eastern. It's funny every time everyone talks about the lunchtime lull. Like I picture everybody like in Wall Street, kind of like wallowing out of Wall Street buildings into all the like eateries and all the pizza places, and then like the volume dies off, and then like lunchtime's over, and they all come like waddling back with like pizza stains all over their shirt. Buy, sell, and then the volume picks back up. Yeah, Applebee's. QQQ is 46 million in puts, yeah, and then SPY is 39. So, does Brazil have Applebee's? I'm curious about that. I mean, I don't like Applebee's, but I'm curious if they've got Applebee's in Brazil. We do? Awesome. I'd be curious to know what's on the menu there, if it's like the same as over here. I haven't been to Applebee's in years. Yeah. I usually don't order steak at places like that. I usually stick to like the chicken fingers or pasta, stuff like that at Applebee's. Uh-oh, crash of 2021. It's down 20 cents. 416.89. A little bit of a drop. We do have Outbacks. I have an Outback right across the street from my house. Well, I say that. I guess it's a 7-iron away. We have an Outback Steakhouse and no, I'm sorry, not an Outback, a Logan's. There's Logan Steakhouse. Is it Outback? I don't even know. Longhorns. They're right across the street from each other, whatever they are. Hey, what's that place that we always go to? You know, it's on a Friday night. Shenanigans? Oh, it's Shenanigans. I love the Bloomin' Onions. Fantastic. One of my favorite places in the area is Texas Roadhouse. Texas Roadhouse is legit. Do we have Outback in Australia? That's funny. So on the 5-minute chart here, Momo has leveled off here, down here way below. RSI is slowly on the downtrend. Luca, if we see 420, then my theory is destroyed. I'm in a southeastern state. Wow, that is an old video clip. How far is my 7-iron? I usually fly it like 171. According to my golf coach. I still say we see 400 before we see 420. I still say that. I'm going to stand by that. What stream is closer to live YouTube or Discord? Discord is immediate. I don't think there's any lag in the Discord. YouTube, there's a couple of second delay. But I'm only doing the video on YouTube. So. That 8 EMA is concrete today, man. Concrete. When was this Bogdanov? I am about to step away for a second, so something's going to happen. I promise you, something's going to happen. This thing's either going to go to 419 or 410. I was just joking, so just don't take that as advice. What is that pizza? Somebody just posted a pizza with fried eggs and ham. Hasselhoff, what is that? Where, what, who? I would try it because I'm not one to turn down trying food for the first time, but holy moly. I went to Canada a couple years ago. Blew my mind how driving down the interstate and I saw like 80 kilometers an hour. I had to do the quick math. Is that what that is? Aussie pizza, the eggs and ham? Yeah, I've never seen that before. Heat map is bright green. Pump up the jam. Pump it up. Five-minute chart. I got green and dark green candles flip-flopping left and right. This thing is bipolar right now. Or polar bear, whatever. Hey. Canada. Yep. Do we have a lot of people from Canada in here? I'm curious. I'd actually like to take a poll to see like how many people from each country are in here. Just out of curiosity. Toronto. Nice. That's where I visited Toronto. First time I've been to Canada. I actually drove on through New York, the interstate. I forget which interstate it's called. West from Syracuse to Buffalo, north into Canada, and it went around the lake. So I think it was Toronto. Pretty sure it was Toronto. $1998 WWF. That's fantastic. Little Hulk Hogan. I'm a big outdoors guy. Like I love hunting. I love the outdoors. So I've always wanted to go to like the deep woods of Canada. I guess Saskatchewan. I think that's a good one. I could be wrong. I've always wanted to go to Europe too, like Scotland. Big golfer, so I'd love to play in Scotland, Ireland. Poutine, man. Poutine's off the charts in Canada. I loved it. You give me potatoes, you give me cheese, man. That's a good time. I'll have me a good time with some potatoes and cheese. React with your country's flag. I like it. Good job, Luca. Like it. I've never been to Vermont or Maine. I've always wanted to go to the northeastern side, northeastern of the United States. Belgium, nice, nice. Oh yeah, little Macho Man. I love Macho Man. Montana. Montana. I do love me some Montana. I love the West. Man, this is just boring action right now. We're consolidating here. Do we go to 418 or do we go to 415? Who knows? Colorado is one of my favorite states in the world. My favorite thing to do, like me and the wife, we go skiing in Vail, Colorado. It's the best thing in the world. Nope, not yet. I'm about to, though. I delayed it a little bit to be here with y'all, but this is boring the crap out of me, so... Skiing in Vail is unbelievable. It's unlike everything I've ever seen. It's not ice. It's like skiing on baby powder. Best thing in the world is skiing down the mountain, and like it's snowing hard, and it's dead quiet. Like your skis don't make a sound. It's just gliding through the snow. Best thing ever. The book I was talking about was Hedge Fund and Market Wizards. I feel you, Luca. I feel you. What's great about Vail, which, the first time I went there, it surprised me. Like, every single person that lives there, like, their story is exactly the same. It's like, yeah, man, I came here when I was 20 to visit, and I just never left. Like, I quit my job and stayed here. And, like, they're, like, 50. They've been there the whole life, and all they do is ski in the wintertime and help tourists in the summer. Like, that's a heck of a life, man. Anyway, back to do some trading. Yep. Snow does absorb sound. It's just awesome. Yeah, it's a great feeling when it's all white like that. People are awesome in California. Yeah, I mean, I think, of course, you have the political extremes of people bashing states. People bash the South, they bash California, they bash New York. I think the normal people there are great. I've never been to a place where it's like, oh, this is like people say New York's terrible, but my family's from New York. I've been there. Everyone's great. Of course, you have the extremes, but you see what the news and political people portray. But upstate New York is beautiful. It's beautiful. It's like more rural than where I am now, and sometimes like there's more cows and more farmland than upstate New York than where I am now in the South. SPY is still climbing. They're back up to 417.34. Can you take me higher? I can't play it, but I can sing it, baby. Green candles for days. I'll tell you what, like, talking about, since we're on the topic of talking about other states and other countries, like, I have my next door neighbors moved in, and they're from the western part of India. I forget. I don't want to destroy, like, disrespect the name of the country or the name of the state because I can't remember it. But super nice people, and I've never had Indian food before. I love Chinese food. I love Thai food. I love all types of foods. But I had neighbors moving in, and they were from Western India, and they brought over some food. And man, it's one of the best things I've ever put in my mouth. Super spicy, yeah, absolutely. But it's like a different type of spice. It's not like Texas hot sauce spiciness that overcomes you and you can't get it out. Man, it's just good food. And like it's like every couple of days they bring me a new dish. What was it called? Pav Bhaji Marsala. Like, holy smokes, dude. Like, I would tear up some Pav Bhaji Marsala. And now it's like I find myself wanting to text them all the time. Say, hey, can you bring me a plate over of what it is you're making tonight? Because, man, it's incredible. Yeah, legit spices for sure. For sure. Super nice people too. Made me a huge fan of Indian food. The issue is I try to reciprocate and bring food to them, but they're holistic vegetarians, which like 90% of the stuff I make is meat. Like, I have a big smoker out back that I smoke meat every day in the summertime. So it's like all I can bring them is vegetarian dishes, which I'm not all that good at eating. So if anybody's Indian in here and has any good ideas on Indian customs that I can help like pay them back or reciprocate, I welcome suggestions. He did say he was Western India, I think on the border of Pakistan. Anyway, got more green candles forming. We're back up to 417.30. Are we going to get a double top here? Or are we going to bust on through? All right, I'm going to do a poll for me in the SPY sentiment. This is going to be for me. There we go. Polls up in the SPY sentiment room. You know what? I think that is. I think that is where they're from. That sounds very familiar. Yeah, I mean, India and Asia right now are still getting hit with COVID. and it's barely even talked about in the United States now. That's why I was talking. That's why I posted that in Japan about Japan this morning. That they suffered their worst single day loss in their stock market in a month because of COVID. Western Europe, yep. Like I said, my wife runs an ER, so it's like I'm very astute to the local conditions, which are not, right now it's not bad here at all. It was. Actually, her hospital was she was in the news because one of the hardest hit nursing homes in the country was where we live. Took out almost every resident. But yeah, so this is great. This is why we're great here. We have a global audience here just in our Discord, so we can kind of like post about our COVID conditions if something pops up. Right now, if you were to buy a call, how would you decide to be 416 or 417? I wouldn't buy 418 because I'm not necessarily convinced we're going to go to 418. I would probably buy a 417, which I'm looking at. I'm currently looking at 417s. We are currently on a downtrend of the 1 minute, 5 minute. It's got some red candles forming and a dark green candle, which has been off and on all day, right here. Heat map is bright green. Do we have anybody from Japan in here? I'm curious. I'm curious what's going on right now over there based on what I read in the news. I don't know if Discord's a thing over there. I'm not sure. Oh man, like I have a lot of friends in the construction industry. I mean, it's insane. And real estate industry. The real estate industry is crazy where I live. I don't know about y'all, but it's crazy. Like, one, you can't build any new houses because it's so expensive. It's ridiculously expensive. You'll be underwater for years if you build a house right now. Two, the market's so crazy, you can't even, like, people aren't even putting their houses on the market. The second they even ask the realtor, hey, can I sell my house? They have somebody at the doorstep waiting to sell. I mean, my next door neighbor is selling their house, and it's egregious how high they're getting for their house. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you know, especially our market here, you know, we're getting a lot of people from California that are coming with money, and they come with cash in hand because they sell their, you know, $2 million houses in California, come here, they throw down cash, and people that are paying with mortgages can't compete. So they're getting bought up left and right. And their market's out of control here. What'd you pin? I wish I bought a tree instead of SPY. You are right. Definitely wasn't hating on California. I was just stating a fact. Like, for some reason, like, we have, like, I think if they posted, like, for all the people migrating to my state, like, a mass majority is coming from California. I guess, like, somewhere in California, someone put up a billboard, say, hey, move to this state, it's amazing. And they all followed it. Got some red candles forming here. Downtrend on the 1 minute chart. Is volume finally dying off? Is the price finally going to drop? Cool news is that we're about to cross the 4,000 member mark in Reddit. Pretty amazing. If you were to ask me 4 weeks ago, whenever I started this, that actually less than 4 weeks, March 26th when I started it, that we'd have 4,000 people following me. It's pretty legit. I appreciate every single one of y'all. The biggest thing I see is like property taxes. It's crazy. Like when I did some training in New York, one of my flight instructors said that they bought their home and had to pay 25 grand. It was like a $300,000 home, something like that, and they had to pay $25,000 a year in property taxes. I was like, I don't even know how people afford that. I mean, my property taxes here are in the like $1,500 range, like $1,100 range for a sizable home. So I don't understand like how people afford to pay $25,000 to $30,000 a year on a $300,000 home. If we're talking about multi-million dollars, that's one thing, but someone who's paying $300,000 for a home and having to pay $25,000 to $30,000 a year in property tax, I just don't. Yeah, that's not for my taste. Currently cooling on the charts here. I got Squeeze Momo is saying finally that we're starting to downturn. I think we're the lowest volume levels yet on the day. True. All right. Well, as much as I don't want to, I got to get out of here at least for an hour or so. I got to do some fitness and then do go through a few things around the house. So expect a big move. Joking. If you have any questions, please post them in the OM questions room, and I'll answer them when I get back. I'll be back here probably about 2-ish, 2:10-ish, 2:15-ish, and we'll see what happens. I'll be lobster eyeing my phone for the next hour, expecting a drop, so you can anticipate that if I start blowing up my phone, blowing up the Discord from my phone, you'll see that. So, yeah, expect an all-time high, because I'm about to step away. No kidding. So, Luca, you know what to do if you see something. Give me a text or call me on Discord. So, yeah, thanks for being here. It's been a long